Ashkenaz. Like there was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because there were some Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, we still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that land, and he's the one who gives us the source of its ex-Bari day, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, that Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says that we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, and I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. I'm going to ask you a day share about this. So let's say, but there are other bans that you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she moves to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from anyone. You call her up to Sarah, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys. And she says, I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a debt from you because of the kind of organization I want to punish you. So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have a Moredas, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban. A man could marry a second wife. He's not undivorced his wife. Divorce his wife if she won't accept it, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Similarly, if a woman is in custody to insanity, these are like difficult issues supposed to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban, because after all, it's proposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, where people say, hey, wait, no, we don't have this ban anymore. Do you really have to renew it again? We have so many single women. This shit is a crisis. Why don't we just let them marry richer men and so on? But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point. I do want to say, in this context, talking so much about the kind of organization, one of the really important things is that it's mentioned that God forbid, you should all get married and be happy and, sunset. But if God forbid divorce is the option, keep your wife again. That's what okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, absolutely. I just spoke at Shul recently, and I found in the Evo archives a mimeograph document that was he filled out in this place person camps where a husband was right. If the husband was right, I'm going to marry Prince Olea. I'm actually married to Sarah, but I don't know what happened to this. And he would swear, he signed this document that if when Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to two women, and he do whatever the Bishop says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, so let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. The first is now we do have, there's kind of like from the 19th century there was a bias against saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm, was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. So most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become the landowners, Mr. Adlerstein? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live in walking distance of a shul, of a mikvah, of a Chinese restaurant. So definitely that's one good reason. Mr. Blatchko? Drums. Tell me about that. Yes. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't say words here. Mr. Rubin, do you have the words here? No, what I like to say is very hard to run area of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you keep it free, you and essentially abandon your land. You can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true that Jews cannot be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that. Violin music is very hard to run carrying a piano. Now they're free. So real estate was not a safe investment decision. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsion. For those who came, Lord, noble, whatever, get the Jews out of here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're going to be expelled. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Ferrante. That is an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them. It's really not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years talking, Jews did not prefer to own land. That's choice. Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate. And if you poor, anything attached to the ground. Yes. Well, we're going to discuss all the things that definitely invest in skills, and the investment in skills that were liquid, like medicine. Right? If you're a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith or silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with this on your skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that. You're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, but in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels and things like that are frequently of Jewish origin. Quite fascinating. So you bury it and then come back to pick it up. Mr. Parenti, and then you go on. By what? Like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. They Jews generally, when they were farmers, are more likely to like dairymen and things like that. Their goods are sold just as well. It's really about price. Perhaps the best example is meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry to have kosher meat, but Ashkenazim, as we discussed last week, right? As we week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the git hanasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they're basically the back half of the cow with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow. They just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, right? Meat that's cheaper priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, is very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat this. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's sometimes most. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of altitude we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval societies. We have not gotten into, but we'll talk about in much greater in a moment. So, this is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And we're definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given kahila, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we've got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on it for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just listen to this interesting image. This is a 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. And you can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture. Whoops, a Jewish couple, because here he's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, the artist here has portrayed a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. It's kind of interesting. Not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that you can do so. You can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful to making bread and things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that into other things the king might want, like, for example, fur coats or, Apple watches or whatever it is. So, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind. They're just emerging from the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the Dark Ages. People are just beginning to come out of this. Most businesses conducted in barter. I will give you one red rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket. Right? The basket is extra, and things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where the king would say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have so many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And you can force the peasants to take whatever, have it rotating. Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the Lord, the king's land, and grow the wheat. And the rest of the week they can work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is the feudal system we're talking about. Exactly. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cash over. Money, real money, holding money, or in this case, gold and silver. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their country. So along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate Right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also related to that, they're numerals. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money. And you will pay me back at 25, 30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you have to pay me every week until you discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works. But Jews were able to do that. And let's go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable. And the Jews are able to hoard it. Now, here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king would say, oh, wow, Jews, besides you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession, I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job, making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine your world today without credit cards, for example. It's ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys are my special people, my and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about your business, make lots of money, which I then can tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. Jews in their little step up across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king. And you did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to, a metaphor to use for this is kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry, soak as much money as he could out of that, and then he could bring it dry for his benefit. So there's a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It's also hugely important, again, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else is allowed to do it. Christians who contribute to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you want to borrow money for any reason, the only person you go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely go to the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We will meet again on Wednesday, everyone. Have a look on Canvas if you have a new Artificial Intelligence Challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College and then at Turner University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of a very vibrant basement course, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonasan Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Steinstein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only like to do their extracurricular sports and so on, sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, there's a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood. They really come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. In fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, that's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Let us just recap one really important point. We kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashkin. An essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Anderson? Like imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Rubin, did you want to add anything tonight? Yeah, that's a big deal, because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews in the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, but you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham. They have to back over and get stuff, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries, it's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jews. Now, once again, Mr. Grant, a way of lying, alongside, it's just anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge because, Elise Stefanik, representative of the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement, because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it doesn't really matter. You definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, what are you talking about? They don't have a
biblical right to land in Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, like, why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jew, Mr. Rubin. Correct. And in other words, right, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. Like the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, that we're a family. We're not family in any significant way with central. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, like less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, we've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations, typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want, Mr. Truman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is, ironically, in the Yiddish language. The Yiddish has a tiny, tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. So there's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words, or Uzbek, I should say? What are the words? It's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Feinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of the Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. It's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews. And it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of, I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that. Oh, and by the way, I'll give you a lot of the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. We have DNA evidence. We have a massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish, spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews, is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Kranz. Yeke refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who were really in Germany, let's say, 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeke. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class, we're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland and Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there. And for various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe. But there are plenty of Jews to take time in Germany, German provinces, and they become the yes. Okay, let's go Halabai Weiter now. We're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blasher. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened, like one of the great German philosophers of history was a guy named von Ranke, and he said that history is defined as was ist eigentlich gewesen war. And what actually happened? Just happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, what is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience is totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm just going to introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European Ashkenazic history. They're hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Retz, who was a major 19th century, here, 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch. And he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian, meaning he wrote all of Jewish history. And I think it was 12 volumes in the original German. And it was like a blockbuster. It was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. We might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges that we face. And one of the arguments about Retz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who was written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, nice, what do they say? Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей. You know that song? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей. I am so happy to be a Jew. And you read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and then the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Weizsäcker, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this track? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time that Jews moved into a country were they treated badly and so on. And it points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work. And he says that you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans of the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters: "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. You know, it's not like he was faking it. I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be Jews, which is, you know, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He's really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogues and things like that. It will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that you know makes it sound like superhuman, you know, beyond belief kind of unusual. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots and things we're not proud of. You know, we don't necessarily want to see them, you know, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Bayer, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, he also used the German term, Leiden und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. Really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, they were learning. They were producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Balitos was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and all these amazing cultural artifacts despite the Leiden, despite the pogroms. But he said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, you know, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the College of Art. I have never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people. phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic into it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments, and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism. Arguments, discussions, debates, objections. No? Leiden und gelehrten Geschichte history. Leiden is sadness, and gelehrten is like Mr. Gelehrten, right? So he's learned math. So gelehrten is like learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms, pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon associated with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really where we need to see it for the first time. We also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein? A legally binding document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly, that's right. Government at this point is a fairly slushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations. But the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, will be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet, that you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopolies, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't describe these documents, it was very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably costed by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Truman. Well, because let's say that someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much in Eastern Europe. heard maybe the term kretschma, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other person said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some of them here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local forex and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the court says, I remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the courts can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents. So, yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter. It's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in that here, Mr. Krantz? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. Like if you talk to land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But yes, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medical history is a large part of the story of itself. Very good. Mr. Loiky. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already in the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So there's a big gap. Mr. Krantz, I like your appointment, but you got to raise your hand so we maintain order. Go ahead, Mr. Krantz. Yes, precisely. Fishing concept of an ethic that it's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient years, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger than the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute. They'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the Pious, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Rudiger, who we looked at in the assignment, notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, in Yid HaNasheh, it's difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and do nikur and remove the Yid HaNasheh. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Gita Nasha, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell it. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like, you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? To keep them separate? And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Rashko? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, it became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the Ashkenaz, early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore and talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. So they also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community. They can get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is, it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even the Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Arkos means leader, and that synagogue was to serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting, that way of saying that. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or either pagan employees? They might become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Krantz. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things we want. First, we want safety and security. Then we want community. Then we want financial success. We want all these things, and so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want. First of all, we want not to be attacked, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too, and it's not bad. There's a lot of Christians who want to get rich as well. That's something we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loity's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is not a great Jewish historian. His name is Guido. I always find it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but that's what he states. He's an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer, spent a lot of his time studying law and the truth. And although he made his claim originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of about him in that he compiled this massive 4 volume, big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of the records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's a province. And Spiegel is mirror. And it is a 12th century book of the law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Gillespie, you want to answer that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we've inherited the real tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah. And of course, we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis that make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion, generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, and what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox scores somebody else's cow, and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, look, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Saxon. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because, this is going to Mr. Royski's observation, most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words, and so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying pre-med, biology text, so many big words in it. Just give me a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it was actually a king, but you're right, royalty, right? Royalty. Royal crown, right? Long hair, but Yeah, could be. Those are not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. Uh, and these gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. And okay, who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Let's bring it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishop's on the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the Mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another Mendicant order, right? With the after haircut thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys have those names. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, it's a long figure. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Easton Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we've had a podcast like this. But I happened to see him at the OHEL once. I was there with him. I was at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, "Hey, let's take a picture, right?" So my son takes a picture of me and Easton Black, and Easton Black, he just puts his finger on my wrist, pointing at me. Felt so good, blow that up. Anyways, so here's two Dominican friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two women? I think they mean Genevieve women. Women. Yeah, all women. You put it to a plural, it means all women. Right, yeah, but wait, you've got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of Mendicant friar, you got another type of Mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of the class, the gender of women. And who's this guy? Right, okay, not Gandalf. Yes. Right, correct. Yeah, so how do you know he's Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people's Jews too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenput, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again. We look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands up, there is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Kurtz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Kurtz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that for fighting. They're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, so it's more stern. His fingers is maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Birch points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German and Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's supposed to be your responsibility, Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Strimal originally came out of fashion of the 17th century. It was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today, right? But why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbeim get the black hats, but we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards. That was like it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. It's a Rabbi. Mr. Anderson. Yes. With a beard? So interesting. I have two responses. The first is it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice space did, it was the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, it reminds me of my grandmother. A lot of times she used to say, "Besser Rabbi on abort, the abort on a Rabbi," which I'll translate for those who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, this is what the Saksha people are saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways. But they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there, and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, so I really have to like help these Jews out. I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I actually? Well, look at the sections people say the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Saksha Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Derogatory. We'll see worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So an English tax roll from about the same period. Okay? This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Israel Jew, right? Right? What do you know is, and this is, I think, a Jewish women. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? Because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. There's demons blowing shofars, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Mr. Ellerstein? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of the demons. I think. This is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of these images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Goetz. Well, he's no. Yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Oh, good. Right. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably doesn't look like King because there's a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming to town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and you've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, nomadic people are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. And the note on the Jews' participation, he doesn't have a pike. Okay. Jews, you got to help, you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Evans. Because this guy's all about pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute, let's count it. Maybe you're right. Hey, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think you go. I think that's a color. But don't you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't? And everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pikes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how if this P in that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. Like this is like a book that the king would use. It's like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay, who is he? Mr. Blushbaum? Right, very good. Obviously, full haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing a yogurt. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, where we got Mr. Abraham? It's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's invited to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. But what about? How often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not so often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions that are allowed to ride side saddle. They can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. You can get the sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Upperstein? Yeah, any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you're not Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if you're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense to make in that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and says, please bring me out this auction spiegel so I can see what we do with this auction. And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, is there anything about Jews in here? And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously, they can carry Jews, swords, because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Yambo? Yambo? Yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwartzman, Mr. Schwartzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that Taik picture. We're not sure if that Taik picture says there's not a lot of carry pikes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic events. Whether or not the Taiks, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Yeah, let's ruin it. Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. It's been a while since I actually read legal issues research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so but what I think we can walk away from this here is that we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Right? Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies, a certain type of trade. It's not like it's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Alberstein. It's necessary to show Jews so specifically that God is not a falsehood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so specifically show that God is for Jews. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are in walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Is there one more point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were Jew. And there was no like kind of participated both ways. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. You can simply say, "Oh, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any, attachments." And the only thing is, if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We'll look at Jews who convert to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Davis, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws that simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built-up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, "This is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us." And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, "Well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money." We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more later. Go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, "Well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens?" What he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Doc Yomi. They can say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, And he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourself separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies who will join the German as you get a chance to do so? So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers, and he said, okay, so that's it, it's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other answers to the next stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, you can walk away. Because the French government says, you don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I've talked so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Amos. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halacha. It was very, very early to spell out, but yes, they were very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sinzheim, was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 20 volumes. So they had some swimming on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Jerusalem was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful when Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they loved Napoleon. Just look at this. It's hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? You see some Grand Sanhedrin, it has the years when it sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Bullshit. Okay, no. It's crazy. And here, and what's he giving? Yikes. And what does that mean? Portray that. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews mean Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, L'Habdil, Elek, Alte, Havdachos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflected Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not this did not get an article. I'll tell you that. It was the case, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I'm going off the citizenship that you do on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude of a lot of us not get tough to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, was very much against this. They called, Napoleon means Bonaparte means Chelek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying he's the Chelek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good fortune. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi. The Yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word, is over here in Bereshis, Perek Yud, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazis. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English. Raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her. Assemble King of Vader, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world is known according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here's the region of Gomer next over to that. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, which would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which is Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not new students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chivos HaGaonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us the place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, probably if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, it has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rav Haidon, writing in Pumbedisa, which would be the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes, from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukharia, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspatia, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd. Correct. So if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Taik, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of the tshuva, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. We'll find this one further. Mr. Vasilevsky. You think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the vowels. Kush, the Ashkenaz, the Sarfas, the Ashkenaz. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes, "Hu sheleg b'loshen Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. U b'loshen Canaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is, in fact, the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lushan Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenaz speak. Yes. Correct. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, sneak, modern day sneak. But you're correct, because the words change totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snake, not terrible. Because English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So, yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon regions, at least, or at least Saxon language. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems we're getting to Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get into the Valley Coastal, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off, Sfarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk of Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it's really very different culturally than Sarfat, France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's early settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Fire Wines and Main, some smaller towns where Jews live, And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Canaan. They called it Canaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time, and Canaan were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not Slava, glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world, later they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history when we start. Mr. Lloyd, you guys, your hand. Okay, Mr. Kranz? Yeah, Schnee. Yes. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. Laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary traditions. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, and that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes, I include this recording because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. Put it by your bed. But Mr. Remind me again? Adlerstein. Neat, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we'll study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did we get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne was a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here looks a little bit unhappy. He looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there, and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Krenz. Yes. Yes. There's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian in, well, there's 2 actually rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent to abroad. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, rudderless boats one, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats. In the first century, this is after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, he gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean, and they went and they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon, in France, at Havre, also in France, and strangely enough, in Bordeaux, although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishing the first 3 Jewish communities in France. It's most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with this period of these 3 kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there. And they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You have the right to settle here and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonialist family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about genetic record? Here we're getting to these saving $5, because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subunit within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river. They're early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out, and here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that could be done, and a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s, including among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, And he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, um, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbones. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, if you lose a tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of grease, but, you know, enjoy. So, yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same hashivas for the teeth of those things. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died either prior to being thrown into the well or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. There are two reconstructions of an adult and a child at the bottom of this Norwich well. They also determined their eye color and, in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about this. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. President Adlerstein. What does that mean, not natural for Jews to have? How can you not say it's the Jews who let okay, but correct. But so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern origins. Right? If it was Aim Achar Aim, Av Achar Av for generations, we probably would not look like they look in this room here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences for their bodies. No. So that's precisely because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it right there. So that's the point. That what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question: who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure: a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest, well, Ashkenazi Jewish. So we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, and we get to the bottom of that. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews apparently, according to literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic record Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top in time, right? This is long ago, this is the present day, and this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? We start out with Jews in ancient Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazic descent. So you have, in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people, they attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example, when you read about her in Dr. Sota in particular. Queen Hilmi, she comes to us as Malka Hilmi from Adiabene, which would be today's Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who were shipped off to Rome as slaves in the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 people, not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time around 800, we have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of diseases a person might have, hair, eyes, complexion, things like that, you can also calculate backward. You can figure out when did this come into this person's system, how many generations back does it go. That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome on a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which was like mind-blowing. That doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many Zadis back, as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. Tell me again. One more time? Tuma. How can I forget that? uh, the genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set, but when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites, in particular Rabbi, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazi and Levium come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah, but no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers and half of people who call themselves women. So, well, it's through the father, right? A lady can marry a jurist, right? So if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. And what is that? It's a massive question, which is not for us today, but what is conversion, right? We have a basic idea of, for a woman, we mikvah and kabbalas and mitzvos. So what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is mikvah all mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting truths on this from Rabbi Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college and ask about that, though. So what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were extensions of Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant in-marriage, over and over again. This tiny group, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay. That's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The Bones. No, we're really close. We could be beside them today, and people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things like that. We look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is astounding. We tend to look at each other when we look at the huge diversity, but when we look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tuman. Right. We had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant endogamy over the last 700 years. I give you the citation for this guy in the book in great detail. Mr. A. Edelstein. Adler. It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read too. Mr. Vasilevsky. They're right here. Let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not make these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is making is back in the ancient world, we have a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in. I don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have moved to continental Africa and mixed with. Oh, let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those 4 mothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the 1st century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you'll have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. You begin to see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the 1st century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by 200 years. Big civilization happened here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who had taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. And later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Romania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. It's for people who trace their origins back to the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenaz and Sephardim after, especially 1492, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic thing. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things, but this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our complexion. And, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Right? So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the autonomous family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other. It seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Lakey. Well, again, when you look there, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest could be, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, now I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism. And that's always been that way. Well, as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to Parshas Bo times. But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do. We don't have like big samples of other people also. It's a huge amount of people moving around in different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews. Say that, that's terrible to take another recording. But, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record from there. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Lincoln. There's a book, yes, a Khuzari. I see that in trouble. What is the Khuzari all about? Yeah, it came from this region in Central Asia, which is closest to this. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story of the Khuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him, Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on, and he decides to hold a debate between the leaders or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Khuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote a Khuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many, many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large military, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now. War with Ukraine is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Rabbi the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian faith. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught of a bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they defeated, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Khuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain, and Hastide bin Shakrut. I don't think none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anyone please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, "Oh yeah, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters." And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, "Wow, this is mind blowing," and we still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Meaning, here's a rich emissary, a Spanish diplomat, for 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want, tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if it's actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Khuzari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block a little bit. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a massive treasure trove of documents that were discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called the Petek. Have you heard the term Petek? You may have heard it like as a ticket there, sorry? Well, that would be Petak, but Petek with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door, asks for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah, and he has good middos, and usually a story of how he fell on hard times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian Jew. And there's the signal, usually when we see these actually, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if the parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a project? Or what do you think to whom? Right? Saying that this is for real, it's not. And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name in Hebrew. It's as if, you got a Petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name is, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jewish community. Mr. Lord. That this is the way he always sent it. But it's a Hebrew document. He's one of the Hebrew communities. Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign if you were paid on a ksuba, would you write Mr. Luigi? No, you would write your Hebrew name, right? In Hebrew. Yes. Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah. But this is actually letters. They are so dominant how schools. Yeah, so you're so dominant how schools. This, I think, means he's in the range. Does not let his name. But maybe, this is like, we're so close to Cubs kind of shoot. We should have done the No, it's an error. It's definitely, it says we have read it. And then there's a signature here. So it says, exactly, because he's an important face, the president of the Jewish community. If the president of the Jewish community can't sign his name in Hebrew, you wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document, is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, but it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is very too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khazari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 1988. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000, modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our house. So there's a little comment which is probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also this year the text, which is hard to believe. I think that the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to Dr. Jews. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. And he says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So they say, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our many sins. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev and Russia became Jewish? That whole part of the world was Jewish, and that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khazari, although with a very different outcome, obviously. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Shel Stamper, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And she asked three basic questions. She asked, why did it? In the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khazars seem to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. And even though they're very close to the Gaonim and places like Babylon, you don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because they had Karaite, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those Khazars? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to do this. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time we get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, pseudo-scholars, a lot of will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes this book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to biblical past. The upsetting in this past. You're speaking way too fast for me. You already speak English, right? It's having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, someone said, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. That's not funny. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim are real Jews? Which land? Israel. Good. What do you think about that, Mr. Grams? Exactly. Go back to Poland, where you belong, you Khazars. If you look carefully at the nastiness in comments, you'll frequently see that pro-Palestinian sources will accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? You've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they also conveniently omit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov? What else do we not have claim to? Torah, Mr. Kranz, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right. We're not the chosen people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazians, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We'd be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shloimeh and Dovido, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. Now, I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out here, this is great. There's a book on Amazon you can buy right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangsters, Khazarian scams, right? They have all these Khazarian guys wearing Khazarian black hats. There's this star of Khazaria with another 666 in it, thing like that, right? Masters of lies, deception, illusions, and mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. We're not anti-Semites, we're anti-Khazars, right? Okay, I am actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tumek. Right. Are not racially Jewish. It has to be, the only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Judaism, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday, and tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel, and answer one question in particular, and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to Israel. I was there in my capacity as the dean of Rabbi College for Men, meeting with prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. well. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post-high school to study full-time in yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us in agriculture. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we'll be having on campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum where I got to see the Tel Dat stele. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the house of David, Beit David, written in Paleo. I also really enjoyed seeing the ROTHSCHILD inscription we talked about in this channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well. It dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that an individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And, this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. It continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture locked down in an international struggle. And there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news. You can have conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. There are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around this central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover orange like this on the day of the funeral of Shiri Bibas, her two sons, who were sadly murdered in captivity by their Hamas captors. An absolutely horrific event that galvanized the entire nation, with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. It really, really heartbreaking. One of the last photographs I took while I was in Israel, this is from the Ben Gurion airport. All over Israel, there are these kind of impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the last children are represented. This is the people have spontaneously brought various kinds of toys and so on. But I was especially moved by this sign put up by the airport authorities that at the behest of the family, they asked that no one should use photographs of the lost children, even though they are now sadly killed. And it's an absolutely terrible time in this. But Israel remains an incredibly vibrant, alive society. I mean, I flew on El Al. It's incredibly loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to each other, and conversations spark, spontaneously and so on. Here's another amazing thing of flying out of Newark. A couple of people on the flight have a guitar and a saxophone, and they got up. They just started playing spontaneously for the people who are leaving for Israel. You see that the combination of vibrancy and the seriousness. For example, this visit to Machane Yehuda, which is an outdoor shuk, an outdoor market that's very popular in Jerusalem. Incredible displays of spices and breads, and we bought for our grandchildren a whole pile of candies. But even in the candy store, that even in the midst of all of this vibrancy and this vivacity and all of this joie de vivre, this simchas hatayim, this joy in life, you also see reminders of how fragile it all is. This is a plaque that's posted where we picked up some of these candies. I'll translate it for you. It says, Solid. He was the father of a 3-month-old child, and he was killed here by a bomb left by cruel and heartless terrorists on this date, the Chafdal Sivan of Tafshin. From the past, I believe that would be 1968. May God avenge his blood. Terrifying kind of reminders of how Israel lives in a state of vigilance for terrorist acts. Nevertheless, Am Israel Chayil, Jewish people live, Jewish people preserve. Just had to share that with you. Now, in terms of public information, I want to let you know that I am giving some public lectures this coming Monday and the following Monday. These are going to be on my campus in Queens. RSVP is required, and you'll have to bring ID to be allowed in, but it is open to the public, no charge, and I hope that you will be able to attend. The first lecture is going to be on the Jews of Bukhara in the Sephardic world, and the second lecture is going to be on the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazic world. Both of these populations are known to exist in the immediate neighborhood, so I'm hoping we'll have a popular turnout. Since a lot of you are not able to get to Queens for these lectures, if you are a channel member, please check your community tab and you'll be able to get the link for the live channels. I want to address one quick question that came out of the most recent videos that I posted. I had a lot of response to the brief discussion of your African Jews from the Caribbean. This seemed to get a lot of reaction from many viewers, and quite a few viewers were very upset with this idea, perhaps paradoxically, that Jews could be white people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my viewership. It's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal. But there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white. All Jews are black and so on and things like that. And if you go to Israel today, of course, you see the incredible diversity of the country racially, that there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like such a silly question. But I would like to point out that I'm really not talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept, as I've discussed many times. There is this idea of matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognize patrilineal descent. That's quite a bit more controversial because it really only dates from the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So, at any rate, I don't know what to do about that, but maybe they'll comment on this as well. Finally, some calls to action. So, as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving on Monday, you can either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least, respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses, many of them free, many of them are pay what you want. So just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrate it and mark the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are all doing well. One of the things I really like about this time of year, I'm recording this on January 2nd, is that, we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva, to really focus on our spiritual needs and our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's the secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I'm speaking to you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that, since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in learning Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day, but I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment to be in the comment box there. But what I can do is I can sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course, and the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I'm doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together, with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I completed Volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing Volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of Volume 2, Chapter 2. All of Volume 1 and Chapter 1 of Volume 2 is already online. And hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by this summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues, because it's a big deal to share a manuscript and to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've gained some benefit from it as well, and I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow explorers in Jewish history. I'm really enjoying the research I'm undertaking to promote the Kosher River cruise exploration of Antarctica in 2026. I'm really amazed that we've had such a phenomenal response, but it's important for us to note that besides the hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish explorers that exist over history, there are also equally as many enablers of exploration who had a signal effect on this wanderlust, this desire to see unknown areas of the world. And I think one of the most important of them was Abraham Zacuto, a phenomenal individual who was born in Salamanca, Spain in 1452, but his main career was in Portugal. He was an astronomer and also a philosopher and a historian. Let's focus, however, on his work in supporting exploration. And one of the most important things that he did was he wrote a book called Achibur Hagadol, which is essentially a kind of a, Chibur means literally a collection or a book, a great book. And he completed it in 1470. Basically, it's 65 detailed astronomical tables that tells you exactly where the various planets are going to be at various times, various dates, things like that. This proved to be extremely important for navigation at the time. And then he actually followed that up with something called the Luchot, which is like the explanation of the tablets, I guess explanation of the tables. Maybe that's an interesting reference to the Alfonso tables that were written sometime earlier that he developed further. The Latin translation is the Almanach Perpetua, which is like the perpetual almanac, the perpetual sort of like calendar of all of these, celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabe, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew because so many Jews were, working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. This is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star when it goes below the horizon. So this was an incredible leap forward, so much so that in 1497, Vasco da Gama, who was of course one of the greatest Portuguese explorers, he already used Zacuto's work on his way to India. It became very important afterwards. There's also a fascinating story that based on these tables, Christopher Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse, and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his way, this actually saved his life at one point. So who knows, another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, he was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This was a terrible story at the time. He ended up, spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Sefer Yucatan, which is essentially his historical account of the world. And it's a really important work, and it talks a lot about not only his personal story, but of course the story of the church. Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing our research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that you can see there. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, moving along in our series looking at famous Jewish explorers, I'm talk about someone that I really didn't know about until I came across his name quite recently. Ibrahim ibn Yaakov. He's a remarkable 10th century traveler. Part of the reason I may not have heard about him before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is a giveaway, right? Ibrahim ibn Yaakov, Abraham, the son of Jacob. And that sounds very Jewish. So your name is Sam Goldstein and you're not Jewish, maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish name. But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion definitely this is a Jewish traveler, among many reasons because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that would just seem out of place if we weren't talking about the fact that he himself is Jewish. But anyway, let's talk about Ibrahim ibn Yaakov. He left behind writings that have not been preserved under why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, remember that in the 10th century when he was active, the Arab world were actually at the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time. But they had very, very little knowledge about lands outside Dar Islam, the region of Islam. Very, very hazy ideas about even Rome, and certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim Yaakov really was prominent in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Carolingian Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of an iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. So it was very difficult for Christians to travel into Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews who were, equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Taik, they did have a certain amount of travel. And if you combine that with the fact that they were engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either sides of this Iron Curtain, it was actually quite a prominent time for Jews to travel. We spoke about the Rabbinites and others. So Ibrahim ibn Yaakov was about 100 years later than that. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. The references that we have to his work in Arab geographers never asked the question why he actually traveled. Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salwa Baron, the genius of 20th century scholars, supposed that perhaps he was the envoy of Hasdai bin Shaprut, a very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates, because the earliest possible date is 966 for Ibrahim Yaakov's travels, and that would be too late for Hasdai bin Shaprut's major diplomatic efforts. Eliyahu Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibrahim Yaakov, says that he must have been a diplomatic envoy, perhaps on a scientific mission of the scholarly Caliph al-Hakam, who was like a really curious intellectual supporter of the Argentine figure, so much so that he actually commissioned a history of the Franks, and this would have been entirely in keeping with what he was doing. That makes the most sense, I think. Now, the route is somewhat in doubt. We know several of the places that he visited, but we don't know exactly how he got from A to B. It's called, in one of the sources, Tortosi, meaning he comes from the city of Tortosa. It may also come from Cordoba in southern Spain. We know he went to places like Rouen in France. He went to Magdeburg, where he actually met the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I, fascinating. He went to Mainz, Fulda, and Prague. And actually, one of the fascinating things about his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writings not only the city of Prague, but the entire kingdom of Poland. So we're talking about the 10th century. It's really quite old, and he's the first person to tell the rest of the educated world, in this case the Islamic world, hey, there's a whole country here called Poland. And when you visit these places, he gives us fantastic details about the demographics there, about the health of the local population, their diet, disease, and so on, economics, like their agriculture, kind of industry they're involved with, the trade, fascinating aspects of their religion, including styles of worships. He went to Christian lands, he went to pagan lands, so on. There's a lot of things to say about it. Here, by the way, is one of his Jewish giveaways. He tells you where to get the best Asian takeout in all of these cities. Okay, I made that part up, but I just didn't know myself. And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers, he likes to visit the local Jewish communities in all the places that he visits. This is something, by the way, for those of you who are looking forward to an Antarctica trip. It'll be a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But Ibrahim Yaakov tells us about Jews working in salt mines. This was nearby Germany. He talks about the trade going on in Prague in particular, things that we would not have known about the city at this period if it were not for the writings of Ibrahim Yaakov and the Jews involved in the trade in Prague. Fascinating material. I hope found this interesting as I do, and I hope you'll be able to join us on one of these cruises. If not, I look forward to sharing the research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history, and it made me think, why do Jews travel? Or maybe we can refine that question, because travel in the sense we think of it today is really a modern phenomenon. Why would Jews ever have traveled before the existence of kosher river cruises? Because kosher river cruises are really tremendous cut of bottom. It's a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit of frustration. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when travel was so much easier and so much more convenient and so on? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical period as a whole. So let's go through them. First, Jews traveled not by choice, that is, specifically they were expelled. Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we've talked about it in future videos. But the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion memorialized this really arresting 19th century by Benjamin on deporting Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experienced in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime of the Almohads really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion as travel, why else would Jews travel? So I think the second most significant example of a reason for travel would be economic opportunity. Jews, of course, got very deeply involved in international commerce in the medieval period. You have the remarkable Radhanites, who may have actually emerged from southern France, Jewish traders that were known, particularly in the Arab world, among Arab writings, as being people who were able to speak many languages and travel all over the world and engage in trade. And I think you'd also add to these economic migrants, my own grandparents, who fled from Lithuania. I use the word fled there. It's indicative of the fact that there was definitely a pull towards North America, in my family's case, Canada, because of the great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant them want to leave as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity migration another category. Now we get to things which are perhaps more quintessentially Jewish than the first two categories, because the first two categories, of course, apply to virtually every people we know. Pilgrimage. I think we could probably say that Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look at the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim, the 3 pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which require Jews to travel centrally into Jerusalem from ancient times. But even once the Jews were sent out to the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora, the very first example of pilgrim literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux pilgrim. It was written about the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed refers to a Christian pilgrim, because there are some references to Christianity in it. But there's some interesting theories that suggest, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about that in another video, so we'll skip that. But we have so many examples of Jews kind of like reacting to the centrifugal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Rabbi Bartanura, and so many others who left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, what I would like to call religious missions. And these are not Jews traveling specifically to Israel, like would be more like pilgrimage, like Israel mission. I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel around the diaspora for a religious purpose, such as, for example, the great Rabbi Yosef David the Chida, who left behind a remarkable travelogue of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel in the 18th century. But you also have some religious missions which are somewhat kind of like sketchy, like David Rabbi with his Messianic mission. So many other examples of that, of like Jews traveling to other Jewish communities to try and raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. And now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. I'm speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means the urge to wander, the urge to travel, the urge to experience new things simply for the sake of experiencing new things. Now, again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of Jews organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, really the second half of the 20th century. Now we're beginning to see the incredible potential for this Wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruises. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of Wanderlust would have to include people like Benjamin Tudela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even over the 21st century, with scientists like the great astronaut Ilan Ramon, who unfortunately was killed in the Colombian disaster of 2003. But nevertheless, it's just indicative of this wanderlust, this desire to see the world just for the sake of seeing what there is and appreciating the tremendous variety of the wonderful universe that we live in. I don't know if that's quintessentially Jewish, but I do think it really resonates with so many things in my personal Jewish identity, and maybe in yours too. Okay, I hope you enjoyed thinking about these 5 reasons for Jewish travel, and I hope you have a good one. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We're going to continue our series looking at Jewish explorers in connection with my research for the lectures that I hope to be giving on the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Antarctica. It sounds so amazing to me to say it, but today I'd like to talk about Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Kharisi, fascinating individual who is primarily known as a poet and a translator. He lived between the years 1165 and 1225, but he was also a remarkable traveler. He was born most likely in Toledo in Spain, but then he made his way over the top of the Mediterranean into Provence, where he had quite a bit of activity there, and then he shows up later in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern part of France, and he's in Egypt for a while. He is in Israel for a while. He goes up to Aleppo and in Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. And throughout these long travels, he's writing about who he meets and what the communities are like, and especially he's producing a tremendous amount of poetry. His work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple of things. First of all, I should mention we don't know exactly why he was traveling, like what motivated him to do this. Maybe he had just a wanderlust. He just wanted to see exciting places, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would wander around and for a whole series of possible occasions, like weddings, funerals, and all kinds of things, they would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history from this era, Yehuda Levi, for example, were poets for hire who made quite a bit of their income through creating these kind of spontaneous, sometimes poetic presentations. But anyway, focusing on Al-Kharisi, I want to specifically look at one particular most likely the most influential translation of the great Moran Nebuchim, the Dalal al-Hamiri, the Guide for the Perplexed that Maimonides wrote originally in Judeo-Arabic, meaning it is basically in Arabic, written with Hebrew characters, and a lot of quotations directly from Hebrew, from Tanakh and rabbinic sources and so on. And at the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbon family. This is a family of translators that lived in southern France. And the father, the elder Ibn Tibbon, had a particular method of translation that, and using that, he rendered a lot of really famous Judeo-Arabic works into Hebrew and made them really quite famous. And so he started working, Maimonides started working with his son on this translation of the Moran Nebuchim. However, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbon was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, whenever possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision, and it has become sort of like the overwhelming standard. However, Maimonides himself disapproved and wrote back to him saying, no, not like this. You're losing all of the feel of my text. What I need you to do is to read the paragraph, understand it fully, and then express it properly in Hebrew. You don't have to be rigid and stick to the word order and a specific vocabulary and so on. And then Maimonides died. And what happened was Ibn Tibbon went ahead and just continued with his original approach, even despite Maimonides' explicit disapproval, and he produced the translation that we have today. Now, our protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Kharizi, said, "Wow, no, this is so awful. It's losing all of the tom, the taste of Guide for the Perplexed, which has some pretty pungent places in it." And so he says, "I'm going to do it the way Maimonides said." And he wrote another competing translation, which was written with the skill of a poet, and it's far more readable, far more accessible, and so on, although it was naturally criticized for being less accurate. He added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical words that Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people through some of the more complex ideas. So he was heavily criticized by Ibn Tibbon. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, but Ibn Tibbon did pick up his idea of adding a glossary to the idea. Let's add that too. And ultimately what happened is Al-Kharizi's translation sort of lost a lot of popularity in the Jewish world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I happen to have an edition that my great uncle left to me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Kharizi's version that was later translated into Latin and then became incredibly popular among Christian readers. And that's where we got the brilliant title in English of Guide for the Perplexed. It's rendered in Latin as Doctor Perplexorum, the doctor, the teacher of the perplexed. So that's, now, I have not even touched some of the most famous works of Al-Kharizi. He wrote the Taik, he wrote some amazing poems and some fantastic things. But in terms of his role as a traveler, he provides us a tremendous amount of information about the Jewish communities, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean and Baghdad of this time. And I have to say, it probably was his particular personality and his desire to see the world that motivated him to take these journeys. And we're very grateful for it, and we emulate it, I think, in many ways. So I hope that you will be able to join us on this remarkable trip to Antarctica. And if not, I look forward to certainly sharing my research with you on this channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In connection with the upcoming Kosher River cruise to the Antarctic, which is not going to be a river cruise, but will be kosher, I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers and history. And I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure named Eldad Hadani, also known as Eldad Hadanite, because he claimed to have come from the tribe of Dan. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Kairouan, you can see where that is in modern-day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, in the year 883. And he has an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from the biblical kingdom of Chavila, which is mentioned 5 times in Tanakh, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Chavila has never been definitively determined, but the way that Eldad describes it, it probably is somewhere on one of the banks of the Red Sea, either in contemporary Yemen or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. But at any rate, what he has to say about this place is absolutely phenomenal. He says, and by the way, perfect Hebrew, which is apparently the only language he knows, that he is actually a member of the otherwise lost tribe of Dan. This is one of the 10 tribes that inhabited the northern part of Israel, and they were essentially lost to history after the invasion of the Assyrians in the 8th century before the Common Era. Dan, he says, fled early or migrated early to avoid the onslaught of the Assyrians, and also with some other interesting motivations. And they made their way down to Chavila, where they settled. And later, after the Assyrian invasion of Israel, several other tribes, specifically Gad, Asher, and Naphtali, made their way there to Chavila as well, and he lives beside them. It's an amazing story, and basically, the people of Kairouan listen to this, and they're boggled with the possibility there's actually a Jewish kingdom living in this region, not so far away from them. Is it possible? Furthermore, what Eldad tells them is that they've been there, for 1,600 years, and the Judaism they practice is somewhat different from the Jews of Kairouan. Specifically, they lack certain historical holidays that began after the Assyrian invasion, like the holiday of Purim, which takes place at the period of the Babylonian exile, which is 100-odd years later. And also that everything they do is in Hebrew, including their Talmud. And the Talmud that we have today in the standard tradition is written in Aramaic, both in Jerusalem, or really in the land of Israel, we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, though it's really written a little further to the north, or the Babylonian Talmud, written in Aramaic. His Talmud, moreover, not only is in Hebrew, not in Aramaic, it also lacks a whole bunch of the names of rabbis who are quoted in our Talmuds because they lived many hundreds of years later after the dispersal of the 10 tribes, like Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Meir, and so on. These great rabbis are not mentioned in their Talmud, although their Talmud, he says, comes to the same conclusions. But there are some details that are different. For example, the way that they slaughter animals to make them kosher is not exactly the same as the rabbinic tradition. So that prompts the people of Kairouan, the elders, to send a letter all the way out to Baghdad, where you have the Gaonim. This is the great Talmudic center of the 9th century. And they say to them, hey, this guy showed up here. He told us this amazing story. He speaks a beautiful Hebrew. And he says these things about we're not doing shita, we're not slaughtering animals for kosher consumption the way they do. And so they asked Rabbi Tzemach Gaon, one of the great leaders of the academy at the time, is this guy for real? Is this story true? And if his story is true, then what about the way he practices Judaism? Are we doing the wrong thing maybe? So fascinatingly, Rabbi Tzemach Gaon writes back, he's the real deal. Yes. And you know how we know? Because he was here before he came to you. And he quotes how several elders actually interviewed him in Baghdad as well. So this is someone who claims to come from the southern Arabian Peninsula, maybe Eastern Africa, makes his way up to Babylonia, to where the Baghdad Gaonid is actually. And then from there, he makes his way all the way over to Kairouan, And we also have another tradition, which was written a few hundred years later, but also citing actual witness testimony from Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who lived in the 10th century in southern Spain, in Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well. So definitely, Eldad Hamdani gets around. He's traveling all around the known world with this amazing story of the independent Jewish kingdom of Chavila. His story as a whole, by the way, is absolutely fascinating. It talks about how he and a colleague were shipwrecked and then they were seized by cannibals who ate his friend, and he talks all about how he escaped and how really fascinating how the Jewish community is organized in Chavila. They're very military. They defend their territory. He talks about the amazing river Sambation, which is also mentioned in the Talmud. This fantastic river that apparently flows with rocks so violently during 6 days of the week that nobody can cross it. But on the Sabbath, it amazingly rests. And theoretically, it could be crossed at that point, but the people who live beyond the river Sambation are very religious Levites, and they do not want to cross and violate the Sabbath, so they stay in their area, trapped as it were by this remarkable river. So, wow, what an incredible story. Now, we have all kinds of difficulties trying to parse this story. One of the big issues is the earliest texts that we have of this story were written down hundreds of years after Eldad lived. We do know from the multiple documents from both Tzemach Gaon, the Jews of Qumran, and Chasdai ibn Shaprut, that he was a real person and it did come with some kind of story, but we don't know how much of it was actually what Eldad was saying and how much of it was embellishments by later readers and copyists who just wanted to add to the amazing qualities of the story. But that begs one more question, like, okay, so there was an Eldad who claimed to be a Danite coming from a Jewish kingdom. Was he really the real deal? So Tzemach Gaon, as I mentioned, and ironically, much later rabbinic opinion, says, yes, his story is for real. It corresponds with so much of what we know in the Midrash and in the Talmud and so on about the history of the Jews. And so his story, it checks out. You know, we interviewed it, he had all these facts. We were able to confirm them with other documents. So yeah, evidently there is some kind of thing happening there that's a Jewish kingdom. However, they disagreed with his halachic analysis and said, but the Jewish tradition follows the Babylonian Talmud. That's how we determine the halacha should not follow his method of shchita and things like that. Lots more room to discuss that, by the way. The second opinion, which is more characteristic of Jewish historical scholarship, particularly in the 19th century and beyond, people like the great Heinrich Gretz, who wrote that this guy is a charlatan. He's there as a swindler. He made up this big story. In the text that we have, there's no ask for money or things like that, but they assume that he must be kind of trying to swing some angle. And what he really did was he read up all these midrash, which means he's a very learned person, and he concocted a story that was based on these ideas. Like, for example, he wrote about the river Sambation from Talmudic passages. He read about it, and he described it as a place where he lived. So he's really, though, trying to scam the communities that he's going to. That's kind of like the second opinion. The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Micha Perry from the University of Haifa, who recently wrote a book about Eldad Hamdani, says that, well, there's one third possibility that he is a true believer. He actually does claim, honestly, he comes from a place called Chavila, or whatever that place was, because the text could be correct. And the people that he lives among believe that they are descended from the tribe of Dan, perhaps living next door to people from Gad and Asher and Naphtali. But this we do find in Jewish history as well, that there are sometimes spontaneous communities who associate themselves with the much older Jewish traditions of those mysterious lost tribes. There are dozens of examples of peoples that say, oh, we're really from Menashe, or we're from this or from that, and we simply have no way of really validating the veracity of those historical claims. Some seem far more reasonable than others, but it could be that he is incorrect, and this is like sort of a more spontaneous community that somehow developed this tradition amongst themselves. Um, he could also be a charlatan, and he could also be a true believer. All of these things are possible, but at any rate, it's an amazing story of a fascinating Jewish explorer from the 9th century. I hope we'll be able to speak in person on this amazing exploration of the Antarctic. I know it's not going to be for everybody. It's a pretty daunting enterprise, but I hope to share my research with you as I'm preparing the lectures for that. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most mysterious groups of Jewish travelers that we know about from the first millennium are the strange Radhanites. We don't know a lot about these apparently very influential traders. We only have two real significant references to them in Arabic sources and a couple of scattered passages that may allude to them later on in medieval history, but they are especially widespread, and they must have had a phenomenal impact on the economy of the 9th century and later. Our most important and extensive source, which is really just a couple of paragraphs, is in a remarkable 9th century book of geography called the Book of Roads and Kings, which was like essentially a geography book that had lots of politics attached to it and so on. And in this context, this Persian geographer is describing all kinds of trade routes. The name of the geographer is somewhat complicated and difficult to pronounce. It comes in two different transliterations. One is Ibn Khordadbeh, and the other one is Ibn Khordadbeh. Okay, my Arabic is not so great yet, but I am learning. I'm working on this. But anyway, he describes this unusual people called the Radhanites, and his description of them is so fascinating because in a couple of paragraphs he talks about how they're ranging far and wide across the entire known world of the 9th century, going as far east as China and as far west as Spain, covering the Mediterranean basin. And when you look at this map here, you'll see that the blue lines represent the trade routes that we can project from Ibn Khordadbeh's account, and then the or the violet color represents the connections that would happen after that. And these Radhanites were described just in two paragraphs here. He specifically describes them as being Jewish. They are polyglots. They know at least half a dozen languages, and they are involved in virtually every type of import and export that's going on in the 9th century. From the east, they're bringing lots of spices and rare goods. From the west, they are bringing raw goods and some manufactured goods like swords and things like that. They are also involved in the infamous slave trade, which was pretty much par for the course for this period of time. And although modern sensibilities may recoil at that, we have to place that in an historical context. And we should note that in the 9th century, the only people who really got upset about that were some of the churchmen, like Adelbart of Lyon, for example, who was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that Jews might own potentially Christian or Christian slaves. That was something which upset him very much. He wanted Jews to divest of slaves so that other Christians could purchase them, but he did not like the idea of Jews owning slaves. But that is just one part of the many different things that they traded from west and east. Now, there's a lot of questions about them because we don't have any Jewish sources that speak about them per se. There are some that may allude to them and some that might infer their presence, but we really don't know about them. We assume that this term Radhanite is perhaps a family name related to the place where they come from, and there are several major theories about that. One is that they come from the Radat region of southern Iraq. Another that is popularized by the great scholar Cecil Roth is that they actually come from the word Rhodonos, which is the Latin name for the Rhone River, which is in the south of France. based in around the city of Ar in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Both areas make sense. I tend to lean personally, not that I'm an expert, but I tend to lean towards the Rome location because so much of the activity is really centered there, more even than you would have in southern Iraq, at least when you look at the entire map. At any rate, they're extremely influential for the trade of the period. There are some interesting discussions of the impact of their decline, which occurred a couple centuries later, on the entire consumption of spices, for example, in Europe. It seems like much of their business was essentially gobbled up by the rise of merchant rivals like in Venice and places like that. And you might want to wonder, why would Jewish merchants be so successful in this environment? There are a few things that would lend themselves to the success of Jewish merchants, specifically the increasing tensions in the 9th century that would eventually explode in the 11th century with the Crusades between Muslim and Christian lands. Jews enjoyed a level of tolerance in both Muslim and Christian lands, which may not have been extended to Christians in Muslim lands and vice versa. Not that they were equal citizens. Under the Christian lands, they were protected under something called the doctrine of witness. Under Muslim lands, they were protected under something called the Pact of Umar, which again did not give them full equal rights, as it were, of Muslim subjects or Christian subjects in their respective lands. It nevertheless meant that the law prohibited them from being openly molested, although that could sometimes happen against the law. And of course, it was going to happen with some frequency with corrupts and things like that. Nevertheless, Jews who undertook to make these journeys could count on small pockets of communities all over the region where they would encounter friendly faces, co-religionists, find ways to make connections for war trade and so on. So they had some sort of built-in advantages because of the diaspora, ironically. Also, let us not forget that Jews, although they traditionally are polyglots, able to converse in many different languages, they do share a common language of Hebrew. And so you could have Jews coming from Christian lands entering into Muslim lands, and although the vernacular might be, let's say, Frankish or Arabic, they would still be able to converse in the common language of Hebrew. So there's some advantages that would have lent themselves to making the Radhanites successful. So although really everything we know about the Radhanites is basically in one principal account, a second account that occurred later that's probably a derivative of the first account, and maybe some allusions to them, the question that maybe they had reached as far east as China, and that some of the documents that may have been deposited along the Silk Road may have belonged to Radhanites, but all of that is primarily conjecture at this point. There nevertheless is a fascination for the Radhanites among conspiracy theorists. And if you bounce around the web, either in Arabic or in American English, you will find some really bizarre things. Sometimes the term Radhanite, for example, is used as kind of like a cover term for Jew. Like people will go on and on about those Radhanite Babylonians who are involved in controlling the media and the economy and things like that. And that's just to use the Latin term, totally meshuggah. But at any rate, it is fascinating to see these Radhanites who are traveling far and wide, highly influential at this period of time. At any rate, really fascinating group. We only know a few things about them, and much of the rest is conjecture, but still amazing to see them described as such worldwide travelers. And in this context, putting in a plug here, we are getting ready for that amazing trip to Antarctica. That is going to be a phenomenal voyage exploration. I can't wait to go on it. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to speaking again about more explorers and Jewish history. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to continue our discussion of great explorers in Jewish history. And someone I'd like to look at today is really more of a type than a specific individual. I'm thinking about Rabbi, who represents a group of explorers called the Nechute. This term Nechute is Aramaic. It is the translation of the Hebrew term Yoredim, or those who go down. It's a little bit of a derogatory term in modern Hebrew, and it refers to people who leave the land of Israel, since metaphorically we speak about immigration to Israel as aliyah, as going up. You ascend to Israel in Hebrew. Then those who leave are called Yordim, those who go down. Of course, this is a very old phenomenon. Jews have been going to and from the land of Israel literally for millennia. But for our purposes, the nechute is not used in an explicitly derogatory sense at all. It's simply referring, as the term Yordim does today for many Jews, simply leaving the land of Israel. So what this refers to is the traveling of rabbis from Israel in the 4th century in particular to the lands of Babylonia, and actually vice versa. Even though they go in the other direction, they're not called Nehute, they're called Olim, those who go up. What are we talking about here? So have a look at this map. I happen to like this map because it is a draft of one that's going to be appearing in my new book. Very excited, coming from Quorum Publishers. You'll see this is just a rough draft, and it's referring, of course, to the roundabout route that Abraham, the patriarch, used when he went all the way from the southern Euphrates River region, which would be in contemporary Iraq, not too far from Kuwait, all the way along the Euphrates River, northwesterly direction, and then eventually curving around and dropping down into the land of Israel. This is the great first exploration of the Jewish people based on the command from God in Genesis 12, go for yourself, from your birthplace, from your homeland, and so on. This doesn't include his sort of detour into Egypt, and it also is really significant because the map, notwithstanding the modern country names there, dates from about 1750 before the Common Era. The topic that I'd like to address today is really primarily concentrated in the 3rd and especially 4th centuries of the Common Era. So here, let me add a couple of details. This region here is what let's call Talmudic Babylonia. It is the region where Jews had been settled from the 6th century before the Common Era during the exile under the Neo-Babylonians, right, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the land of Israel and deported so many of the people, particularly from the region known as Judah, to the Babylonian region. This was like an ancient sort of thing that you had population transfers to try and control restive populations. So you have a Jewish population developing in Talmudic Babylonia really from the 6th century before the Common Era. It's quite old. Just fast forward like 800 years, and it's really well developed with all kinds of Talmudic academies, Surah, Pumbedisa, and the Haggadah, so many places. And they basically are centered around the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers begin to narrow and then slowly separating it. That's Talmudic Babylonia. And of course, is a great center of Jewish learning, especially from the year 219 and onward, when the great scholar Rav returned from his visit to Israel to settle there, eventually being involved with the yeshiva of Sur. Now, over in the land of Israel, you have a major center of Torah study, particularly around the city of Tiberia, or Tiberias, on the Sea of Galilee. It's in the north of Israel, the Galileo region. There's also several other cities, including further down in the south and Lod itself, but Tiberias is really the capital city of Torah learning during this 3rd and 4th century. And the fascinating thing that relates to our question about exploration is that there are lots of rabbis who are making this roundabout trip, essentially following backwards the same path that Abraham took, like 2,500 years prior, going from Tiberias to Talmudic Babylonia, and relating to the scholars in Babylonia what the scholars in Israel were saying about topic A, B, or C. So quite frequently, when you study the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, it'll have this phrase, Ki asa Rav Dini, or Ki ata Rav Dini, when Rav Dini came, meaning when this scholar came from Israel, he told us that this is how they decided this question.
this is the kind of question they asked, and so on. Now, these are a group of rabbis called the Nechute, these long-distance travelers who will make this, massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down into Babylon. Now, obviously, the reason why they didn't go straight as the crow flies is because there's a lot of desert to cross. It could be done with caravans, but the typical route was to follow the river banks where you would have oases and civilization and things like that. So the Nechute, those who go down, are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel to Babylonia, and the other way as well, bringing that Torah back to Israel, cross-fertilizing the two major centers of Torah scholarship at the time, and ultimately resulting in the production of two major Talmuds, the so-called Jerusalem Talmud. That in itself is a little bit of a misnomer. It wasn't actually written in Jerusalem. It was really written primarily in Tiberias. However, it's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but that's also something problematic of a term. So people still call it the Jerusalem Talmud. And of course, the great, much larger Babylonian Talmud. Okay, that's just a quick look at some of these intrepid rabbinic explorers from the 3rd and 4th century. Rabbi is one of about a dozen of them who's made this trip, but he's undoubtedly the most famous. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to begin this new series of Jewish explorers in history because, wow, we are doing some amazing things at Kosher River Cruises. I'm really excited to go to some of the destinations we have coming up. We have, of course, planned a lot of our European locations in the Caribbean and so on, but in the next couple of years, we're planning Japan and, get this, Antarctica. Wow. So now there are not that many Jews in Antarctica. There have been some. Some people would say that because there are a lot of penguins there, and in slightly derogatory Hebrew slang, penguin is another word for ultra-Orthodox Jews. But otherwise, it's a pretty remote location. And so what we're going to be doing for this series is looking at Jewish explorers through history, which is just amazing. So today I'd like to talk about Benjamin of Tudela, but let's just begin with a little bit of background on the idea of Jewish exploration. One might say that exploration is right at the very heart of the Jewish experience. In fact, way back in the distant past, somewhere around 1750, before the Common Era, we have the first command of God to Abraham, the ancestor of the Jewish people, when it says to him, Lech lecha me'artzecha, leave your land, your birthplace, your homeland, and go to the land where I will tell you. And as you can see from this map here, it's quite a trek, or as we would say in ancient Hebrew, a shlep. I'm just joking, that's not ancient Hebrew. But it's quite a trek. Have a look at this Google map. He went all the way from southern Iraq, presumably by camel caravan or walking, I'm not sure, all the way up to what would be Syria, and then makes the curve around south into the land of Israel, as it would be known later at the time. It was probably called Amargo. Now, not all of these commands to travel were so benign. We have, of course, throughout Jewish history, numerous expulsions, including the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492. And also we have many voluntary migrations, such as those of my own grandparents who left Lithuania and traveled to Canada at the turn of the 20th century. So taken all together, when you combine the kind of adventurous explorations of individual Jewish explorers, when you look at the forced migrations of Jewish refugees, and when you look at the expulsions, of course, you see a tremendous amount of Jews traveling all over the world. It stands to reason that as a culture, we would develop a love for kosher river cruising. Okay, so let's talk today about one of the most famous of the medieval explorers. And in fact, I bet if you try it, but if you Google famous Jewish explorer, you would probably get Benjamin of Tudela. He published a really fascinating itinerary of his travels in the 12th century, and he described his journey from about the year 1159 to around the year 1173. This is a century before Marco Polo, and
it was an incredibly popular book. It was translated to many European languages because there were not that many people who were traveling such distances and bringing back that information to Europe. He doesn't exactly say why he was traveling. There's a lot of references to coral, which might suggest that he was involved in the gem trade. That was definitely something that we've seen with the Radhanites, for example. Many earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade, and perhaps he was engaged in that. But, while he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities. He tells us every stop along the way the size of the Jewish people that he met. He talks about their economic bases. He talks about their intellectual population, about various errant sects of Judaism and so on. The Samaritans, really, really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain, and then he made his way to the Mediterranean, traveled around the coast through Provence. Really fascinating material on many of those towns there. Tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in these regions, he also collected reports on places that he never visited. Sometimes it's not clear if he was there personally or not, but most likely not. And he shares with us what he heard about far-off Jewish communities as well. Really quite amazing and fascinating material. Now, what kind of things does he tell us about? Well, he's especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnography of the Jewish people in all these various places. He's very, very important for the history of trade because very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of the Druze people in non-Arabic sources, and his is the first European reference to China by that name. So it's really simply very important. He is the only source for a long time on the history of a fascinating figure named David Alroy. And he also tells us a lot about really fascinating, unusual Jewish communities, like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India. Benjamin Tudela, fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who travel to unusual locations. And I want to put in a plug for these really amazing trips that I'm looking forward to taking with Kosher River Cruises, especially Antarctica. Here's a short video that gives you a sense of what it was like on the most recent trip to Bordeaux, with a few shots of penguins in it as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusively for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining, to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join kosher river cruises and KRC expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background that we began with, we get into musicians and so on, searching for places where they can freely practice Judaism. First as crypto Jews, sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an older simplification, but nevertheless captures the larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal, England, and Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves, and these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through the notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I don't especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the 13 colonies, but in reality, many of them are being dropped off in places like Curacao and then being resold.
There she is.
To the Americas.
Oh, how are you? How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are you today? Are you ready for it? Yes, you are. Oh, yeah. Look at you. Look at you. Yes, you do. Get it. Perfect. This is the tough one. Oh, what a spare. What a spare. Oh, you. Oh, should have done that. How many times is it going to go up when you get done? Got it. right. That was amazing, Aquarius. That was amazing. That was amazing. Get this right. That let's get 90. No. Oh yeah. Alright. Underneath it. Yes. What, girl? It needs to. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's all we want. You got this. Yeah. Get it. Get it. No way. No way. I'm going for a record. Oh no. One oh that is the record. That's the record. 123. 123 is the all-time record, Miss Aquarius. 123 is the all-time record. I win, you win. That's right. 123 is the all-time record. You just said it. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. God willing to play tomorrow. Very well. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, Zoot, how are you, man? Zoot, how are you? Zoot, let me guess, your phone's about to die. Okay, let me guess, you're going to say, hey, let's play a game, and then you're just going to stick me and leave me with no reason. Yeah, why have you been such a dick? Yeah, you are. Okay, so long as you know it. You're welcome. What's up, big dog? No. No. From a Kabbalistic standpoint, from a Kabbalistic standpoint, like some Jewish mystics do, but mainstream Jewish teachings do not. Hey, you ready for one? You ready for a prediction? Very cool. Very cool. Bitcoin's going up. There you go. Word, dog. Hey, you wanted it. I gave it to you. Dude, remember that time I sent you an invitation when you were just dicking around? Dude, I just. Okay. Dude, did you know that you're down one goal to none? Oh, what are you gonna do, dude? No. I think you do. I think you do some stupid things, but I think you're stupid. We all do stupid things. Fat Girl Investment Company. shut the fuck up. You just said it. 47%. Okay, that's a lot. Why don't you get a power bank? Dude, you can afford a power bank. Well, you have like $10 for a power bank. Okay, well that's enough. That's enough for a That's enough for That's enough for a power bank, big dog. Oh, what a shot! Dude, that was beautiful. You gotta feel good when you do that. That's not what you want to do. Improve it. What kind of coordination do you need to improve? Okay. Yeah. So, did you say nicotine helps with that stuff? Okay, so then why don't you wear nicotine patches? So you just lost. Do you want darts? Do you want darts or do you want mini golf? Do you think you're gonna win? Okay. Well, yeah. Well, why don't you use patches? Why don't you use patches? Why don't you use patches? What do you mean you can't make a double patch? Why not? Why don't you learn? I say that every day, big dog. Perhaps. Dude, what's the name of this hole? Word, dog. It's six. I know. Oh, yo, pimp. Not many, dog. You're not a savant. You're an average person. Yeah, you're a savant of self-analysis, where you just review what you do. You're obsessed with it. Oh, fuck. Oh, what a shot. What's the problem, dude? You don't look like a movie star. I did. Better looking than you. If you look like a movie star, you'd have so many chicks right now, you would never have women issues. If you look like a movie star, you'd have so many chicks right now, you would never have any women issues. Oh, what a shot! You could literally be on mute And if you were super good looking, chicks would want to be.
Dude, it's true.
Dude, are you ready for Mancala? Cool, dude. Okay. Sounds great, man. What's your workout, dude? I won. I won, by the way. Okay, you're doing. Okay. Okay. That's a nice story. Yeah. Oh, fuck you, Joe. That was good. That was really good, Joe. I was in Barstow, California when I was like 3 years old, and I, my parents, we went to Disneyland, and then like 30 years later, or no, not 30, 20 years later, I was there registering a car, and I went into the same place where I was. It was like this old train, and I was like, I feel like I've been here before. And I called my mom, and I'm like, Mom, when we went to Disney World or Disneyland that time when I was little, uh, yeah, with my aunt and uncle and stuff, who came in, who visited, who we visited, did we go into that? Did we go into like a train? And she was like, yeah, there's like a place in Barstow that has that. And I was like, oh, I just had this weird feeling that I'd been there before, and I had been there before. Right. Have you ever had deja vu? Right. Yeah, it's not like that though. You get summers off, and your work day is shorter than it is for a normal person. Normally, you work like 8 to 5, and teachers work like 8 to 3:30, 8 to 4. No, in the United States, teachers, at least in the public school system, do pretty well. Well, a McDonald's manager is not a bad job. Correct. Yeah. Some people desire it. Some people desire it. Dude, that was big time, dude. There you go. Yo, Pimp. What did they say? Very cool. When did they get back to you? Very cool. Hey, it's Danny Minogue. Is Danny Minogue on that? Who the fuck is that? What happened to Danny Minogue? So she used to be on our show. So I know Danny Minogue used to be on our show Scott Held, right? Would you take her to? Would you take Danny Minogue to Pound Town? What happened to your girl in Orange County again? She just ghosted you? She got back to you? Oh, okay. Okay. Probably because she's in a relationship. Probably because she's in a relationship. You don't know that. Okay. No, I won. I don't know. You're done, fool. What up, Tim? Generally, it's natural. Correct. It's almost in the definition. You're really good at it. You start doing it, you're like instantly better than everybody. Yep. You fucked up. Generally. He's a very good lyricist. Okay, it's very good producer. I won. Maybe you're savant at Montala. What about darts? No, you're not. I've heard your voice. It's good, but it's not savant. But that's not being a savant. I don't think so, but okay. Oh, that was close, dude.
Then what do you do now?
Live streaming.
Yeah,
I'm better at live streaming than anyone in the world.
that's right.
Okay.
Is you better?
Not necessarily. I didn't say I'm more popular than anybody. I'm just better at starting my streams than anybody else. That's true. But quantity is understated in the streaming world. It's underestimated. That's called man on the street at the beach. That's called man on the street interviewing. Yeah.
But I want to say someone who would never think that it's doing something right. They would just overcome it.
Okay. You fucked up. You fucked up majorly. Just finish the game, dude. Just finish the game. Yeah, why would you resign from the bachelor? You're fucked, dude. Dude, you're fucked. Dude, it's over for you. It's over for you, son. You're up, dude. All right, let's go. Let's go. If you can afford to do that, you can get a power bank.
right, let's go again. No, this is what
I'm with you on that one. Word dog. I'm definitely not. You just helped me. I won. No, it's definitely I won. It's over. Let's play till let's play till you win. You won. Yo, Pimp. Think about it, baby. Oh, for sure. You could. See you, baby. Sweet. Yeah, we did take a shower.
The Caribbean is extremely important for all these trade. And then from the Americas, Southern Mesoamerican, North American continents, you have raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that coming from Canada. But from the Caribbean, you have particular cane sugar that is traveling. By the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and then ship it off. From the Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, or cotton. The same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed to manufacture goods, and this cycle went on for a few hundred years to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans in particular. So how did Jews fit into this overall picture? The issue of Jews and the slave trade is especially heated and is used often in polemics and apologetics. I'm going to return to it in just 1 second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. What I mean by that was they were not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which caused so much pain, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when you correct for not only the tiny size of their population, but their place in the overall socioeconomic structure. In fact, when you look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of the slave trade was happening? They had the so-called grootevaart, the large trade, these are Dutch terms, which involved those three basic elements: the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and enslaved Africans. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the grootevaart. They were very heavily involved in the small trade, which was lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Right? For example, around Curacao, where there's a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely who were involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on. We're going to look at one of those in particular. But primarily Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. Like, for example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs.
Look at this muscle.
They have their ropes repaired,
Pure muscle.
repaired, they need tar, they need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the
shit.
ships and so on. And so Jews would be very much involved in kind of the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure.
This muscle.
So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were, on the one hand, totally divorced from the grootevaart because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Geronimo Nunes da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they call the Jordan Savannah, or the Jewish Savannah, it was established in the 1600s, and it absorbs all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled the sea phase. Some of them made their way up to New Amsterdam at that time, others went to Jordan Savannah. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners, but what really caused the Jordan Savannah to collapse, in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed into sugar. Europeans have developed an addiction, really, to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engage in this expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including in the Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for, better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right, Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to development, sometimes very exploitative, of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines and would produce offspring. And they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society was fascinating. It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all fleeing persecution, so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific institutions dedicated to trying and produce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwrote marriages as far as possible for poor Jewish brides. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. So have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are, in fact, very important people. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region, and his mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture was taken, by the way, in 1846. So how do we know about these populations that racially look different from Ashkenazi Jews or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? Amazing research done by Professor Professor Aviva Ben-Hur. And basically, the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, a person was a freed slave. They had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition to free a slave. You had to provide annuity, you had to provide income for them, and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about in a second. We also have wills of former slave owners who've been freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicate what happened to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on. We have this large phenomenon of what were called reputed children. And these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners, like in Yom Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent, who may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless were included in the wills of Jewish testators. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch Sada, who died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of fondness for him, and in her own will, she had left money to his childless will. What is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wife, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child, and so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. It gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Ben-Hur points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who have particularly close relationships, where otherwise we can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative nature of the institution of slavery as a whole. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of infant conversion. We have all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in Savannah. And the reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless there was kind of a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans and half European, half Africans, and one quarter Africans, one quarter Europeans, one eighth, and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes, or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews, nevertheless Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit buried at the side of the cemetery, things like that, and so-called yechidim, which is hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like, literally means exceptional people, but it really means like unique people, and that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges, are buried in the main section of the synagogue, things like that. So to think that once they were converted to Judaism, they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyannish to think that would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halachically as Jews. And maybe I conclude by saying that this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halachic basis, because in terms of Jewish law or halacha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards to their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinctions made whatsoever within the halachic literature that there any reference to a person's racial background or appearance or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes and yechidim and simple burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halacha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functions. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Rabbi, whose books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish steppe in the Caribbean was rather light. It's really only about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for Jews, fleeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and then, the emigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular, to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization nation. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews moved on, as many other people did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century, and then moving into the early 16th century, Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492, although there were some crypto-Jews, meaning they had been forcibly converted or were descendants of forcible convicts, who accompanied even Columbus on his voyage. Columbus' story we explored elsewhere. It's quite likely that he was in fact descended from crypto-Jews himself. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity, and it takes them a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've supported in other videos. But then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife is very important, and also to the northern regions of what we would call today Colombia, places like Curacao. And then there's a secondary migration that I've indicated here with a kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically for reasons I'm going to discuss in just one second. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There's one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement. They sort of petered out after 1654, but it only took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in larger numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with the noxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familiars laws, that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that all of the other brothers could not marry. Jews are, of course, by this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazic lands. And so this was like essentially a really cruel social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they would reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration, about 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. And these are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of immigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants. So therefore, many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to Americas. So you have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up to New York. We also have Jews making their way to Puerto Rico at this time, and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are 2 major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century. That's a kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean as the economy changes. And the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Cubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba, and then from Cuba moving up to Florida and the Northeast. So that's basically where the Caribbean plays a role in Jewish migration, particularly to North America.
Settlement in the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles where we are, but also hugely important Curacao. The Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly. Okay.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher business trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing that you learn about Jewish history and actually visit the places where it happened. And, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I even appreciate it too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food. Because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. So I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World, that is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. Of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because you deal primarily with Port of Bordeaux, and you think about how wonderful it tastes, think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particular the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing and fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with a very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because he was educated Jewish school on the island of Greece, right next to St. Kitts, and this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that we would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Porlauncher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how it looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he wasn't Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porlauncher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? It's a question I have to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider you a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed, things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that you shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish. You may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and behaviors that go along with it, and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might get some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Torwatcher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with conversion. He has a little discussion in his book. Look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy, unfortunate situation. But at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, it's felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all, and he was in fact not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that, to allow him to testify. Interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish. But Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, And there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He only was baptized as an adult. Again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well as both Jewish community consider you a Jew, Rachel had her son Alexander educated in the Jewish school at Memphis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happened, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this. But, if she had a Beit Din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of a convert. But, this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Porlancher's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled his affection, his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this, even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of participating in culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public, would the general community in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adults in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no one going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Porlancher's book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly for something like this. Okay. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Ocean River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico, and then just below it you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on sort of the west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising, and it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called new Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they thought that it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, a very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. You know, it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but you know, it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say, go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see there where the Torah scroll is read, the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well. It's not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? What, you know, there's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, you know, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little sketchy to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand is the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint-Martin, or Saint-Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Aquila, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. You know, by the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states, others are still controlled by their European colonizers.
Welcome. How are you? I like your song. I like your song. Is it on Spotify? Oh, that was really cool, man. Thanks, Mr. PPPP. I like the song. It went like this. That's really good. Welcome. How you living, Pam? Oh, very well. Absolutely. How'd you that, that's good. How'd you find out about me? Okay, cool. So one of you found me from YouTube, and the other person from Twitch. No way. And you guys don't know each other, but you just came at like the exact same time. Wow, that's, that's wild. Okay. Okay. CCP Kirk Command. CCP Kirk Command, how old are you? You're good. No issue at all. So, Little Killer, you found out about me from Twitch. Okay, great. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream out like 24 hours a day, 7 nights a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Little Killer, have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show? Okay, well, no big deal at all. It's just basically someone who's on camera all the time. You can follow my life. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously right now at this moment, and I have created the largest database of human record in global history. Data is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, data overtook petroleum, according to the Economist magazine, as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you a Little Killer, with all your friends, your family, very wealthy. And when I mean that, when I say that, I mean it. I mean that I want to make sure that you all become independently wealthy, financially stable if you're not already. I want to make sure that you are able to create generational wealth, and most of all, I want you to be able to start philanthropic organizations and charities of your own. How does that sound? Does that sound good to you, Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to help the underprivileged. We also, I'm a major advocate for the LifeShare program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater onto rain to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that are interesting to people, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, fascism like technology, fascism like travel, fascism like communication, things like quantum computing, things like cryptocurrency, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing ancient Paleolithic surrogates, which I just think was a mind-blowing project and goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolves that they brought to fruition. Joe Rogan's met them. There are 3 direwolves that exist. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is just a really exciting premise. I talk about things that I think are not just going to help the world, but help you specifically. Things like life extension technology. Will Taylor, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be able to utilize oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy to get you to 100, 120. But then you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. I don't want it to end. What's the next plan? And this is with your consent again. There's a type of technology that you may be able to utilize in the near future known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. To later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, little boy, is you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Well, there's a way to escape it. Excellent. Yeah, very well. Well, you should know that Bitcoin is hit an all-time high of $120,000, and it's going to hit $1 billion probably by the end of the decade. I know you don't probably have that much money to invest in it, but you can always buy smaller amounts of Bitcoin and then just hold on to it. That's okay. You don't need it. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of everyone you know. It's just a matter of time until I go viral. If you're like, okay, well, you're just sitting here. It's like, how does that make you go viral? Well, firstly, if you would, in the left-hand side of this book, you're going to see something with red dots that says 24/7 YouTube links. Just take that, put it into YouTube, and you're going to see I've got more live streams going than any person you've ever seen in your entire life. And you can watch my live 24/7 and 360 degrees. Additionally, you're going to see in front of me a bunch of computers. These are robots that I've created that are promoting me on different social media platforms, including Taik and including this guy. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Gig accounts. It absolutely.
So they don't track crime.
No, they do, but I just program robots to use VPNs to avoid them. so that's a little about what I do. How about you? What are your hobbies and your favorite things to do? Very cool. I'm sure you know about spatial sound, right? Okay, very well. I think that's going to be quite interesting in the world of audio technology. And I think I'm sure you're aware probably about 3D sound. 3D sound, instead of being like essentially surround sound, 3D sound comes from more locations and can even like vibrate your body to whatever hertz is necessary in order for you to be put in the correct wavelength for the music. So very similar along the lines that you're saying. You do it with bass, basically shake a person, um, vibrate them to the point where they are in a state of mental clarity and well-being and just enjoy whatever art it is to which they're listening. Um, these are some types of advanced sound. So let's learn together. We'll find out some more for just for a moment. I like to use AI in my discussion. So just a moment. Can you please give me a breakdown of like let's say 50 upcoming futuristic audio developments, things like spatial sound and 3D sound and bass. All right, here we go. So we've got immersive and spatial audio. Spatial audio, notably Atmos, Apple Spatial Audio, surround sound that adapts with headroom. Then there's 3D audio mapping, full environmental audio rendering in real space. There's head track binaural audio, realistic left-right balance based on head position, room-aware audio rendering, system adjust output based on room acoustics, holographic sound fields, projected sound with location specified targeting, volumetric audio, layering sound by height, depth, and distance, 360-degree cinematic sound for VR AR, audio that rotates with your view, wave field synthesis, simulates sound sources anywhere in 3D space, multi-zone 3D audio, different immersive sounds in different room zones, object-based audio, individual sounds rendered as separate objects in space. Then we have wearable and personal audio tech, AI-driven hearing enhancement earbuds adjust frequencies for your ear's needs, bone conduction and spatial audio, immersive sound without locking ears. I've seen this for people who are deaf. They basically can use bone conduction to be able to hear things, and ear sensor audio devices, tailor sound based on body feedback, heart rate, etc. Adaptive audio glasses, smart glasses with personalized sound zones, neural and audio implants, direct brain audio interface, that's no longer in the future. Ultra-directional wearable speakers creates a private bubble of sound. Self-adjusting noise cancellation shifts dynamically based on environment. Emotion responsive headphones, audio, EQ adapts to mood. Head gesture control for audio, nods, tilts, etc. Change tracks and volume. Personalized HRTF model, 3D audio tuned specifically to your ear shape. Then we have AI audio technologies, AI mastering tools, real-time pro-level audio mastering, voice cloning and style transfer, make your voice sound like anyone or anything. AI-powered audio cleanup, remove background noise, clicks and pops automatically. Real-time translation with voice cloning replication. Hear a different language than the speaker's voice. Emotion-aware audio systems, audio responses naturally. Generative ambient soundscapes, music or sounds created in real time. Voice to music AI generation. How to tune, get full orchestration. AI-driven spatial mixing for podcasts and music, auto-positioned voices or instruments in 3D, interactive voice soundtracks and games, AI audio that reacts to your voice and gameplay, deepfake sound detection, identifies synthetic and altered audio content, advanced playback and production, haptic bass integration, feel the bass through touch, not just hearing, modular soundbars with upward firing spatial channels, X-Gen amphasonic microphones, 360 high-res sound capture, acoustic holography for sound mixing, visualize sound in 3D while mixing, immersive DAWs, digital audio workstations, 3D spatial mix environments, voice isolation and group calls, automatic focus on the dominant speaker, multi-source ambient noise recreation, simulate real-world locations, tactile feedback audio controllers, sense sound through touch when mixing, AI audio co-producers suggest and build audio arrangements, quantum audio processors, experimental high-efficiency signal processing, environmental and ambient audio, context-aware ambient soundscapes, auto-generate based on location or activity, silent sound projection, hypersonic audio, targeted sound to a single person, smart sound masking, adaptive privacy audio in shared spaces, geolocated audio storytelling, audio changes based on where you are, time of day adaptive sound systems, different tones and vibes for morning versus night, weather reactive soundscapes, audio shifts with live weather changes, smell integrated audio experiences, syncing scent and sound multisensory, drone audio systems for outdoor events, sound delivery from flying speakers, interactive museum exhibit audio layers, layered sound for user location, and urban sonic landscapes, city infrastructure with built-in sound modulation. So that's what we're looking at in the near future. Isn't that stuff cool? Yeah. Well, these are certainly fears of futurists, but I feel that I can perhaps, if I want, be able to get at the forefront of this by creating data and archiving it. Yeah, it's spread across all the time. So I've got like 33 different devices that I use. Just right here where my hands are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 3 devices. Over here, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 devices. There, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 devices, 6 devices. Behind me, I have devices. I even have a ceiling fan. I'm archiving the entire world for more than 3.5 years.
So you see that?
100%.
I've heard of it. It's like the best. Get you money.
That's correct. So, really, if you don't know anything about it, the best place to learn is Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter is?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay, so Twitter is a microblogging platform, but it also has an audio and video function as well that allows people to do group calls. And so you can get group calls of thousands of people and they discuss cryptocurrency. And so that's where you can find out about new cryptocurrencies and cutting edge technologies. So if I were you and I was interested in getting into crypto, I would download Twitter and I would get into Twitter Spaces that are cryptocurrency based. You can find out the topics of these. There's like a section where you can say what your interests are, and then what your interests are. And then you would need a crypto wallet. So what's a crypto wallet? It's something that you download somewhere on your phone. MetaMask is one. Uniswap is one. Those are 2 of the big ones. Coinbase is one. You download one of these, and then what you're going to do, it takes maybe like 10 minutes to do. It's not super fast to do, but Like you can't do it in a minute, but you can do it in about 10 minutes. Um, they're going to give you a password, and that password is very important. You never want to share it with anybody or doesn't get involved. And you're going to write down. It's called your crypto key. Basically, it'll give you like 20 words or so. Words like dog, cat, olive, tree, bread, just like random words. And instead of you choosing your password like you normally would, like I don't know, password 123, which is really easy to hack, your 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 key is much more difficult to hack. And then you write this down and you keep it in a safe place. And then and again, like you don't remember anything that I say. Remember for the rest of your life, don't give anybody your crypto key, your wallet. Because if you do, then they can drain your account. And when you get a really big wallet, that means they can drain your account for hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars. You don't want anybody to do it with that. So then what you do is if you don't feel like you're like, hey, I don't have any money, that's cool. You don't need money to start a cryptocurrency. So what you can do, people have what are called airdrops. And so let's say I'm launching a cryptocurrency. It's in my best interest to have as many holders of the cryptocurrency as possible. It makes it stronger. So sometimes what I would do as a developer of cryptocurrency or a founder, I will say, we're going to have an airdrop this week. All you have to do is basically like go to our website. They'll have the instructions there, and then you'll get a little bit of our cryptocurrency for free, not having to do anything. What do I get out of it as the founder of the crypto? I get another holder. What you get out of it, you get a little bit of my cryptocurrency. But sometimes that cryptocurrency can be worth hundreds of dollars. Yeah, so that's where you get from airdrops. Now there are other ways to do it as well. There are things called crypto founders. If you're interested in that, they exist. So basically, what you do is you go to a crypto fountain online. You can Google these things, but what you're going to want to do is click. It's basically like if you click this web page once an hour, you'll get free crypto coins. You can get free Bitcoin. So if it's not a lot of Bitcoin, it's like a really, really, really small amount, but it's free. So like basically you're earning money by just clicking something on a page. And you can automate that. There are ways to do that. But basically, if you have absolutely no money and you don't want to invest anything, and I completely understand that, then there are ways to get involved and earn money without any money. Now, let's say you are like, you know what, I've got $10 I'm going to invest in this because I'd like to just try it. Well, keep in mind, it is like gambling. And when I say that, what do I mean? Like, there's a chance you're going to lose that $10. But there's a chance that $10 could become $1 billion. And so it's like gambling. Okay, so let's say you have $10. What do you do? Well, you could find a project that you really like. And whatever one it may be. Like, people have all kinds of different projects for whatever their interests are. So, like, the one that I'm a part of, it has a very long name. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You're like, what kind of name is that? The reason why this is worth $100 million is because it has a really long, crazy name, and people like it. That was its niche. There are other cryptocurrencies that are based on certain communities that want to protect the environment, or that are very patriotic, or some that are tied to the U.S. dollar, or some that are tied to the euro, or some that are tied to Bitcoin. You can create a cryptocurrency currently and tie it to anything you want, or it doesn't have to be tied to anything. The other thing that you're going to learn about, and if you haven't already, is you know what an NFT is? It's a Okay, so an NFT is basically a piece of art that someone owns that's digital. So just like you would have a painting, like a Picasso painting or a Van Gogh painting, that would be worth millions of dollars, people instead buy and trade digital art. Now, why, you may ask, like, why would you want digital art? What's the benefit of digital art? Just like music, some people just like to collect things. And so one of the things that is very popular that people collect is digital art. And so there's another type of wallet, basically, or another app that you can download that's known as OpenSea, OpenSea. And you can look at all kinds of digital art and buy it if you want. And people put it up there for a certain amount. If you want to buy it, it's called listing. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't think it's a good investment, you don't have to buy it. It's up to you. Um, but one thing that you'll find is a lot of people will give away their NFTs to you because they just want holders or they like you. Like a lot of times, what will happen if you get in these Twitter space calls and you're there all day and all night, and you like people will start to know you, get to know your profile, and they'll be like, "Hey, little killer, I'm starting a cryptocurrency, and I want you to have it. Or I'm starting an NFT, and I want you to have it because you're my friend." And you go, "Okay," and I just give it to you. And then when you hold on to it after a month or a year or 5 years, it can be worth millions of dollars. Now, is any of this guaranteed? Absolutely. Chances are most cryptocurrencies currently fail. Most NFTs fail. Meaning you might buy an NFT for $100 and it just loses a lot of its momentum and people end up selling it and then it's worth a penny. Like that can happen. That's probably with most NFTs that kind of stuff happens. But then there are other NFTs that are out there that are worth like $200 million, $100 million, and they're nothing special. It's just like a piece of digital art that is just in demand. And you'll get to know these, which ones are in more demand than others. If I were you, and you don't know anything about cryptocurrency, before I even got into Twitter calls and all that, I would watch some documentaries on cryptocurrency. So just go to YouTube, type in Bitcoin, type in cryptocurrency history, documentary, and just watch them. And you'll get an understanding of how the world works. And that would be my advice to you. I hope that helps.
Another question. What is the
Yeah, I think we're going to see a mass decriminalization, perhaps in the future. So, I mean, fentanyl already is a Schedule 2 drug, I believe. Um, so, I mean, it's legal to possess with a prescription and used quite often for people who have pain issues or who are recovering from a surgery. So, from that aspect, it's very common. Um, we've already seen marijuana move from Schedule 1, which is the most serious, to Schedule 3 now under the Biden administration. So I'm not saying that you still can't get in trouble for it, but it's been legalized in many states as well, recreationally. In terms of cocaine, still has been seen as a very addictive substance, but some places are moving to decriminalize stronger types of drugs and also to make the laws fairer. So there was during the 1980s and 1990s and 1970s, a big push. Many white people would snort cocaine. Many black people would smoke cocaine. Uh, Many white people would snort cocaine, and many black people would smoke cocaine. And so they made the punishment for smoking cocaine much stricter than it was for snorting cocaine. And this couple, that's that's good. But it, but but it's still cocaine. The charges you're going to face are still for cocaine. But yeah, and then we have like psilocybin, which are like mushrooms that we've seen decriminalization in. The state of Oregon pushed for decriminalization of all drugs, and they stepped that back. But we have seen some developments in some states that they are doing their best to make it so that drugs are no longer such a taboo subject. Well, so decriminalization is different than legalization. Decriminalization means if you're caught with this stuff, you don't get any kind of criminal time or criminal penalties, but it still doesn't necessarily mean that it's legal to sell. So the people who control the patents are generally drug companies, Percocet, Oxycontin, and oxycodone, and Xanax. Those companies are going to hold on to their patents for as long as possible because they're very, very lucrative substances. But what may change is that if you get caught with these without a prescription, you may not go to jail. That's the thing. Yeah, probably. I'm going to agree with you on that. A lot of states, or at least jurisdictions, have really harsh penalties for drug dealers, and I think that's unfair. Um, just like, yeah, no, definitely. So if you are selling, let's just say, cocaine, and you may or may not know it's laced with something, with fentanyl or something. You don't know. You're not a chemist. You don't. You got a little pile of cocaine. You don't know all the stuff that's in it, and you don't have access. You just bought it from your dealer, who bought it from their dealer, who bought it from their dealer. But then you give it to somebody, and that person overdoses. Well, then the police come after you. They don't just come after you for drug dealing. They come after you for murder, and I think that's unfair. Many times, many times. And I have a friend of mine, very wealthy individual. He was in Las Vegas and got in with the wrong crowd, got in with the hooker. And now this man was very wealthy, multi-million-dollar person, had houses all over California, all kinds of cars, had his car collection. And he liked cocaine. And he asked the hooker to give him some cocaine. She called up some people, and they got cocaine. It was laced with fentanyl, and it killed him. And the three people who were involved are now facing murder charges. I don't think they should face murder charges. They didn't know. They they didn't have access to the chemicals that were used to cut this stuff. They were just basically in the wrong place at the wrong time on the chain of custody of having these drugs. It would be like it would be exactly. It would be like I have a connection in South America that can make a ton of cocaine, and I say, you know what? I know cut it with anything. You just sold it to someone. Well, now you're facing money charges. That's unfair. I don't think it was right. I'm 100%. I'm in agreement. And you had to grow up without a father in your life, or at least for a significant or okay, but I mean a significant period of your life. And you're like, so he's 2 years, but still. Look, Killer, I apologize. You gotta be easy to yeah. And I know that's okay. I gave you all the advice that you need, and feel free to come back in 3 years or whatever. And best wishes to you. Okay? Yeah, you can stay in the server. Just don't come into this VC. Take care, my friend. Bye. Oh,
Anyway, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there. And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. He originally came from Lyon in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the products of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. I can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit missed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said that he probably was Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant. And then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background? Right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not usually a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to the DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There are quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus
that the mystery regarding Columbus's origin is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So, anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade. He used to, try to put it in people's faces, like, "Don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood." He would say, like, "Do you know who I am? I descend from King David." He would say things like this. He would write things like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. Um, there are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he, in fact, was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we should see on it. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, ROTHSCHILD, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. Now, there's probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubts issues. So here we go. So first of all, his surname, we say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colom, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews to connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland, which is another possibility for this Jewish origin, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loves making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture, and whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nonetheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He has a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, is a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual, but for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, Perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again, I'd say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Santa Gel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. A man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, the Santagel and Sanchez. It's very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really deduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little swiggle right where the arrow is, where the cursor is, you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen, but of course this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letter is Beit A. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, they look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name, which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little swiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, just as a family thing, perhaps then as Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know, it's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center and top as well. So it would be terrible if he puts it on the left. It doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his Castilian there too. One last detail from this same letter: he develops this rather unusual actual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. You know, I want you to sign my name like I signed this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenc, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, the major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The Conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. When you do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 or 9 years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation of Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos. That in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term is something like crypto-Jew or converso. And that population, which is quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with the Coast River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you join us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go over the entire course of history of the land of Israel with emphasis on the Jewish population that all the way back to the beginnings of the Jewish people in Mesopotamia, up to the Bar revolts in the second century of the Common Era. Then we're going to look at a kind of a stretched out medieval period, starting from the antiquity and the end of the Bar revolts, right up until the 19th century. This is an extremely important period because of the entry of the Muslim people to the land of Israel, the entry of Islam to the land of Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at the contemporary period, focusing specifically on the land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism and the state of Israel, and take it up to the situation that we're in today. First thing I want to say is let's have a look at geography. Right, here's Israel, right in the middle of three major continents: Africa, Asia, and Europe. And just as you would imagine, Israel constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land route between these three areas. It's also a major meeting place for ideas. And it's not a coincidence that it is in the land of Israel that we have the birthplace of two of the three great Abrahamic religions. That is, of course, Judaism and Christianity. And Islam is not too far away in the western part of Saudi Arabia, and of course, the Constitution. But another way to look at Israel, and my favorite is happening because I could take who was a very unsuccessful Protestant in the 16th century, but a very gifted cartographer, represented Israel, specifically the city of Jerusalem, as the center of a clover leaf of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And I think this is the way a lot of people use the world, like Israel as the center, or as the historic capital and the ancient homeland of the Jewish people. And of course, it occupies a great deal of the thought of the Jewish people in their prayers for millennia, even when the Jewish population was outside. So let's focus on the early part of that history today, and the next two videos. Here's another way to look at the region. This map shows you the Fertile Crescent, which unites two major economic regions of the ancient world that connect to the land of Israel, labeled here as the Levant. The two major economic regions, of course, are Egypt, which is nourished by the Nile River, a very consistent source of irrigation for the farmland that can then spread throughout the entire Nile, especially in the Delta region as it happens into the Mediterranean, and also in the two rivers, Taik and Euphrates. All three of these rivers, by the way, mentioned in Genesis. And the two rivers in Mesopotamia, the river itself, Mesopotamia, between those rivers, flow from the mountains in Turkey down into
Welcome.